Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
Long before the doom that would one day sweep across the sea, Numenor stood proud beneath the golden sun, its white towers gleaming like spears of pearl upon the western horizon. Mariners filled its harbors, the greatest sailors the world had ever known. And long before the doom that would one day sweep across the sea, Numenor stood proud beneath the golden sun, its white towers gleaming like spears of pearl upon the western horizon. Mariners filled its harbors, the greatest sailors the world had ever known, and the laughter of its people echoed through broad, stone-paved streets. Yet even in those bright days, shadows crept from the east, carried by sailors returning from distant shores, with tales of a dark power stirring in Middle-earth. Whispers reached the court of King Ar-Pharazôn the Golden. A lord in Mordor had risen again. Sauron, once the servant of Morgoth, now a master of dread in his own right. Some said he commanded legions of orcs and spirits of fire, others that he walked among men in a fair form, weaving honeyed lies and binding whole tribes to his will. Rumors traveled faster than truth, but the king heard them all, and pride smoldered within him like a coal, waiting for wind. Ar-Pharazôn would not suffer any power in Middle-earth to challenge Numenor's might. If this Sauron seeks dominion, he declared before his captains, then he shall kneel before our banners or be swept away. And so preparations began for the greatest armament ever launched from the island. Shipwrights worked day and night, and the sea groaned beneath the weight of countless hulls drawn down its beaches, while the kingdom readied itself for war. Many among the faithful, those who still honored the old ways and the valor, grew troubled. They sensed something deeper than rumor in the east, something that might not bow to steel or fire. Among them was Amandil of Andunia, a noble lord wise in the lore of Middle-earth. He stood upon the western cliffs one evening, watching the fleets assemble, and murmured, "This war is not what it seems. The shadow moves with purpose." Yet his warnings stirred little action. The court was consumed with pride, and Ar-Pharazôn was determined to humble Sauron before all people. When at last the king's fleet set sail, the very waves fled before it. Thousands of black sails unfurled like storm clouds, and the roar of the sea was drowned beneath the thunder of oars. Days passed as they journeyed eastward, and fear spread among the peoples of Middle-earth, long before the ships came into view. Even Sauron, in his dark tower of Barad-dûr, felt the tremor of their approach, but the Dark Lord did not rage or prepare for battle. He stood upon his high balcony, the one ring glinting faintly on his hand, and smiled a thin, knowing smile. For he was not yet strong enough to master the might of Numenor by force, and force was not the victory he desired. When Ar-Pharazôn's fleet at last landed upon the coasts near Umbar, the sight of it terrified the servants of Sauron. Great hosts fled from the shore. The mountains trembled with their flight. And in that trembling hour, Sauron himself emerged from his fortress, no longer clad in armor but dressed in humble robes of dark silver. His fair form shone with crafted gentleness, his voice soft as falling rain. Before the captains of Numenor he laid down his staff and bowed deeply. "Behold," he said, "the Lord of Mordor humbles himself before the might of the West. Take me to your king, for I am his prisoner." The Númenórean captains were astonished, for they had expected a war of thunder and fire. Yet here stood their enemy, surrendering without a blow. They bound his hands, though even in chains he seemed calm, almost welcoming. Some felt unease in his presence, sensing a strange weight behind his gentle smile. But none could name the cause, for Sauron's fair shape was wrought with cunning beyond mortal sight. He was brought aboard the king's flagship, where Ar-Pharazôn awaited him in his gilded pavilion. The king gazed upon the prisoner, seeing no monstrous tyrant, but a figure of dignity and quiet power. "So this is Sauron," Ar-Pharazôn murmured, "the shadow that has troubled the east." Sauron bowed once more. "I am he, O king, and I yield myself to you." Thus Sauron was taken in chains across the sea. But though the people of Númenor rejoiced, believing the darkness had been vanquished, the wise trembled, for they knew the shadow had not been defeated. It had merely stepped aboard their ships. The journey back to Númenor was long, yet each day passed with a quiet tension that threaded its way through every deck and cabin of the king's flagship. Sauron moved little, for his wrists remained bound with chains of silver steel forged by the smiths of the royal house, yet even in fetters he carried an air of unsettling calm, as though the rolling of the sea and the creak of the timbers were but soft notes in a melody known only to him, the mariners whispered among themselves. Some claimed that the prisoner never slept. Others said he spoke softly in the night, uttering words that made the lamps flicker and the wind hold its breath. But when questioned, Sauron would only smile with courteous restraint and bow in silence. Ar-Pharazôn visited him often. The king was a man of towering pride, but also of deep curiosity. He found it difficult to reconcile the legends of the Lord of Mordor with the composed figure seated upon the cabin floor. And though Sauron never lied outright, at least not in ways the king could detect, each answer he offered was shaped with subtle craft. "I surrendered," he told Ar-Pharazôn one evening, "because it is clear to me that the might of Númenor stands above all kingdoms of Middle-earth. Why should I wage war against so great a power when instead I may learn from it?" Ar-Pharazôn frowned. "And what is it you seek to learn?" "A way forward," Sauron replied, his voice soft, almost weary. "My lands have long been marred by the ruin of the First Age. My people have suffered. Perhaps it is time for a new beginning, under your guidance." The king studied him, searching for deceit, yet finding none he understood. Pride swelled within him, warm and bright, the idea that the most feared lord of the East had bent the knee out of awe. This pleased him greatly. But others aboard the fleet were not so easily swayed. Captain Núrion, a sailor seasoned by many voyages, watched the prisoner with unease. He noted the way the lamps dimmed when Sauron walked past them, the way the cabin grew colder whenever he spoke. One night he approached Lord Amandil, who traveled among the officers to counsel them. "My lord," whispered Núrion, "there is a strangeness on this ship." The prisoner smiles like a friend, yet the very air grows heavy around him. "I fear we sail with more than a defeated foe." Amandil's gaze hardened, though no anger was aimed at the sailor. "Keep your eyes open and your heart steady," he answered. "Evil often comes clothed in fair raiment, but until the king sees it for himself, we must tread carefully." As days passed, the sea darkened with clouds. A great storm rose out of the west, driving rain against the fleet in sheets as sharp as arrows. Thunder rolled like the beating of distant drums. Many ships struggled to hold their course. Yet upon the flagship, the prisoner remained unnervingly serene, as if storms obeyed a will other than the wind. One night, the tempest struck with such fury that the ship heeled sharply, nearly capsizing. Sailors shouted, ropes snapped, and oars splintered under the violent sway of the waves. Ar-Pharazôn himself strode upon the deck to command the crew, his cloak whipping like a banner in the gale. Below, in the dim cabin where Sauron sat chained, the storm roared like a living beast. A sudden crash split the ceiling as a mast shattered. Lanterns swung wildly. Núrion, struggling to regain his footing, saw the lamp above Sauron's head tear from its hook and plunge downward. He leapt forward to stop it, but the lamp froze in midair, just for an instant. A heartbeat. No longer. Then it slammed harmlessly to the left of the prisoner, rolling against the wall. Núrion stared, breath stolen by shock. Sauron merely looked up and smiled with the quiet calm of one who had expected the outcome. "Fear not," he murmured. "This ship will reach your shores. No storm shall claim it." But the captain's fear deepened, for he had seen not the lamp, but the shadow beneath it, a thin, flickering outline upon the floor, shaped like a crowned figure wreathed in flame. At last the storm passed, leaving the sea calm and gray under a pale dawn. The fleet gathered itself, battered but intact, and continued eastward toward Númenor. Yet Núrion's tale spread quietly among the crew, bringing dread to many hearts. Still, none dared speak against the king's purpose. When the mountains of Númenor rose into view, emerald peaks crowned with shining clouds, the fleet sounded horns of triumph. Citizens rushed to the harbors, cheering as the ships swept into port with banners flying. And when they saw the prisoner led ashore in bonds, many rejoiced, believing that the threat from the east had at last been vanquished. Sauron walked with measured steps, chains glinting in the sun, yet his eyes moved with quiet study, taking in the towers, the markets, the crowd that pressed forward with reverent awe. Númenor was strong, strong beyond any realm remaining in Middle-earth, but strength could be turned, pride could be fed, fear could be sown. And as Sauron bowed before the king upon the white steps of Armanelos, he murmured words so soft only Ar-Pharazôn heard them. "Let me serve you, O king, and together we shall master all troubles that lie beyond your shores." The king, swelling with triumph, nodded. Thus the shadow entered Númenor, not with armies or war cries, but with a quiet step, a humble bow, and a chain that he no longer needed. From the moment Sauron set foot upon the paved courts of Armanelos, a stir passed through the streets, like a sudden change of wind. Crowds pressed close, craning to behold the prisoner whose name had haunted Middle-earth for centuries. Yet what they saw was not a towering creature of flame, nor a warlord crowned in iron. He was fair of face, tall and straight, bearing a grave dignity that seemed almost noble. The chains on his wrists glimmered as though part of some solemn ceremony rather than a mark of captivity. Ar-Pharazôn walked before him, radiant in his pride. The king's triumph was proclaimed from tower to tower. Trumpets sounded along the walls, and banners unfurled across the high terraces. Captains of the fleet followed in shining ranks, while the nobles of the court gathered upon the palace steps, resplendent in embroidered cloaks. Yet among this festival of glory the faithful stood in wary silence, Amandil watched from the edge of the square, his hand resting upon the hilt of his ceremonial sword. By his side stood several trusted companions, men and women who still held to the old reverence of the West. Their faces were troubled, though none dared voice what stirred within their hearts, for to speak against the king's victory on this day would be folly. Amandil's gaze never left the prisoner. Sauron's eyes wandered calmly across the city, as though he were studying a map laid before him. No fear touched his expression. Instead, there was a quiet curiosity, almost admiration, that unsettled the wise lord more than open defiance would have. "He walks as though he has come home," Amandil murmured. One of his companions whispered, "The king sees only a fallen foe, but I fear we have welcomed something far greater than pride will let us understand." As Sauron was led into the palace, the sun dipped lower behind the western hills, casting long, gold-lit shadows through the colonnades. The halls of Armanelos were vast, their marble pillars carved with scenes of ancient victories, their floors gleaming like water under moonlight. Here the king commanded that Sauron be held, not in a dungeon, but in a guarded chamber within the palace walls. Ar-Pharazôn, in his triumph, believed that such generosity would display his unmatched power. "Know this," the king said grandly, standing before the prisoner, "I spare you not out of mercy, but out of certainty. For you can do no harm here, bound by my will." Sauron bowed low. "I do not seek harm, O king, only the chance to serve." Ar-Pharazôn nodded, satisfied. The guards drew back, leaving the chamber secured by thick doors of oak and iron. Yet as they departed, a faint smile touched Sauron's lips, unseen by the king. Night fell over Armanelos, quiet at first, until whispers began to stir within the palace corridors. Servants who passed by Sauron's chamber spoke of soft voices within, though no visitor had entered. Others claimed that shadows beneath the door flickered as though a fire danced inside, though no fire was permitted there. The guards laughed at such stories, yet they too felt an unease that crept upon them with every passing hour. Meanwhile, Ar-Pharazôn held council with his captains. The king spoke of Middle-earth's submission, of forging a new age of dominion. Many cheered his vision, carried by the thrill of victory. But Amandil stood quietly at the edge of the gathering, watching the king with growing concern. "Your Majesty," he said at last, choosing his words with care, "though Sauron has yielded, we must not forget that he is cunning beyond mortal reckoning. His history bears witness to many deceits. We must treat him as a foe who waits only for his chance." Ar-Pharazôn's eyes hardened. "You fear too easily, old friend. I have seen the measure of this Sauron. He is broken. The sight of our fleet has crushed his will." Amandil bowed, but his voice remained steady. "Pride can cloud even the clearest sight. Evil seldom reveals its true shape." The king dismissed him with a wave, unwilling to darken his triumph with doubts, and so Amandil withdrew, though the weight upon his spirit only deepened. Days passed, and slowly the mood of the court began to shift. Sauron's chains were kept fastened, yet his words traveled further than any prison bar could hold them. The guards who stood at his door found themselves speaking with him in quiet moments, harmless exchanges at first, no more than greetings. Yet somehow they lingered longer each time, drawn by the prisoner's calm voice and subtle wisdom. He asked questions about Numenor, its customs, its strengths, its fears. He listened with careful attention, and the guards found themselves trusting him against their better judgment. For he spoke not as a defeated foe, but as one who respected their kingdom deeply. Soon after, nobles of the court began requesting permission to meet him. They wished to see for themselves the great enemy now held within the palace. Ar-Pharazôn, proud of his conquest, allowed these visits under strict watch, yet each visitor left with changed opinions. "He is not what we expected," they murmured. "He speaks with gentleness, even wisdom. Perhaps Middle-earth has misjudged him." Word spread swiftly, little more than soft gossip at first, but gathering strength with each passing day. The more they spoke with Sauron, the more they found their misgivings dimming. He offered insights into distant lands, tales of ancient ruins, warnings of hidden threats beyond Numenor's sight. His voice carried a strange weight, a quiet authority that lingered in the mind long after his words faded. Ar-Pharazôn grew pleased. "Even in chains he shows respect," the king said. "Perhaps he has seen the greatness of Numenor at last." But among the faithful, concern grew to dread. One evening, Amandil received a secret message from a young palace scribe, one who had overheard more than he dared keep to himself. In a dim courtyard between the gardens, the scribe bowed low and whispered, "My lord, Sauron speaks of shadows that move beyond the king's sight. He hints that only he understands what stirs in the east." The king listens, and his heart swells with pride. "I fear the prisoner we have welcomed is weaving something unseen." Amandil looked toward the palace lights, burning bright against the night sky. Then the shadow has begun its work. He turned away, feeling the weight of foreboding settle upon him like a shroud, for he knew that once Sauron's words reached hungry ears, they would be remembered, and once they were remembered, they would be believed. Thus, though Sauron remained bound in his chamber, the chains that mattered least were those upon his wrists. The ones that mattered most were already reaching into the hearts of men. In the weeks that followed, the change in Ar-Menellos did not come with thunder or alarm, but with the soft, steady drift of a tide whose rise is noticed only when the shore is already lost. Sauron remained a prisoner in name, yet his chamber door opened more often, and the guards, once stern and watchful, stood with eased shoulders, speaking to him as though he were an honored guest rather than the dread lord of Mordor. Ar-Pharazôn himself visited with increasing frequency. At first he came out of pride to behold his conquered foe, but soon he came out of curiosity, and after that, out of something subtler, something Sauron had woven into each conversation like a silver thread. The king would arrive with a retinue of nobles, a wide cloak flowing at his heels, his crown gleaming under the lamplight. He would ask questions, some sharp and probing, others almost eager, and Sauron always answered with measured respect. Where he spoke of Middle-earth, he praised Numenor's might. Where he spoke of threats, he did so only to elevate the king's vision. "I surrendered because I saw in you a greatness unmatched," Sauron said one evening. "Not since the days of the ancient powers has any lord commanded such splendor. Even the tribes of the east tremble at the sound of your name." Ar-Pharazôn straightened at that, pride shining like polished bronze. The nobles behind him exchanged pleased glances. It was a sweet thing to hear their king compared to the legends of old, yet Sauron's flattery was never clumsy nor overbold. He gave praise with the restraint of one who understands that the hungriest will not bite if too suddenly offered a feast. Still, the faithful watched these meetings with unease. Amandil moved quietly through the court, seeking signs of danger, but finding little he could seize upon. Sauron offered no threats, revealed no open malice. His chains remained bound, his voice remained courteous. One evening, after a long day of council, Amandil approached the king in the great hall, where torches burned along the pillars like captured suns. "My lord," he said gently, "I fear your trust grows faster than wisdom allows. Sauron is skilled in the shaping of words. He may cloak them in humility, yet his purpose is never idle." Ar-Pharazôn's expression darkened. "Must you always speak of shadows, Amandil? We have triumphed. The enemy bows before me. Is it wrong to hear what he knows?" "Knowledge may be true," Amandil answered, "and still be wielded to deceive." But the king would hear no more. Pride, once a flicker, now burned like a steady flame, and pride rarely enjoys the counsel of caution. Meanwhile, Sauron continued to weave his silent net. It began with small things, observations offered to guards, harmless remarks made before noblemen, hints dropped in the presence of those eager for influence. He would speak of distant tribes that stirred restlessly in the east, implying he alone understood their ways. He would mention ancient secrets buried in forgotten ruins, praising Numenor's strength as though inviting the king to claim even greater glories. Soon whispers spread through Armenelos like birds startled into flight. "Sauron says the tribes beyond Mordor fear us greatly. He knows the hidden roads through the darkest lands. He speaks freely as if no longer seeking evil. Why should we doubt him?" Thus the court leaned closer, and the prisoner's words carried farther. Yet Sauron's influence did not end with gentle counsel. There were darker movements at play, subtle as drifting smoke. One night, a young archivist named Lominel found herself summoned by Sauron. She arrived at the door with trepidation, for she had never before been in the presence of one so feared. But he greeted her with kindness, asking only to see ancient maps of Middle-earth. "I wish to aid the king," he told her, "but my memory of certain borders has grown dim with the passing of ages. These records will help me serve him better." The request seemed reasonable, and Lominel hesitated only a moment before granting it. Yet what she did not know was that those maps would vanish from the archives by dawn. When she searched for them the next morning, trembling with fear of discovery, she found the shelves empty, as though the scrolls had faded into air. Another night, a guard named Therandur reported seeing strange shapes flickering beneath Sauron's door, shadows that moved not with firelight but with a will of their own. When he told his captain, the man only shook his head. "You've stood watch too long," he said. "Imagination plays tricks on weary eyes." But Therandur knew what he had seen, silhouettes that stretched and twisted like tall, crowned figures, vanishing only when footsteps approached. Still no one dared act. Doubts whispered quietly among the faithful, yet those doubts were drowned beneath the rising chorus of admiration from the rest of the court. One dawn, a messenger rode hard from the eastern shores of Middle-earth. Arriving breathless in Armenelos, he was brought before the king, where he fell to one knee. "My lord," he gasped, "unrest stirs near the borders of Mordor. Tribes gather, some in fear, some in defiance. Rumors spread that Sauron has been taken captive, and now they quake at what you may command." Sauron, who'd been brought into the hall under guard, bowed his head softly. "Such unrest is to be expected," he said. "My absence has left a void. If you wish, I may guide your captains in calming the lands." Ar-Pharazôn looked upon him with a gleam of triumph. "You seek to serve? I seek only wisdom," Sauron replied. For a land without guidance may grow wild. Let me aid you, O king. My knowledge may turn unrest into loyalty." The nobles murmured among themselves. Many nodded approvingly, but Amandil stepped forward, eyes blazing with alarm. "My lord," he said, "do not accept this counsel. Sauron's influence grows by the hour. His words shape themselves to your pride. You do not see the snare ahead." Ar-Pharazôn's voice thundered like a storm. "Enough, Amandil. I will not be ruled by fear. If Sauron wishes to serve, then let him serve." And so the king dismissed the wise lord, turning instead to the prisoner, whose chains, though not yet removed, hung looser upon his wrists. That night, as the moon cast long silver beams through the palace windows, Sauron sat in his chamber, alone. The guards had grown lax, for no threat remained visible, yet the shadows gathered around him like silent companions, shifting with quiet purpose. Sauron raised his bound hands. The links of silver steel glimmered faintly, catching the soft glow of unseen fire. He smiled, calm and patient, for he knew that victories won with swords could be undone. But victories won with words, once rooted in the hearts of men, were not easily cast out. And in Numenor, the roots had begun to take hold. The days that followed marked the quiet turning of Numenor's fortunes, though few yet perceived it. The great island still shone in its splendor, its high towers crowned with white banners, its harbors crowded with proud ships, its people swift to rejoice in their king's triumph. Yet within Armenelos, the heart of the realm, subtle changes stirred like the first shiver of wind before an unseen storm. Sauron's chamber, once a place of wary vigilance, had grown almost warm with company. Nobles visited often, drawn by the prisoner's calm wisdom. Captains sought his insights into the lands of Middle-earth. Even scholars, some reluctant, some eager, consulted him on ancient lore. And though guards were always present, they stood less rigidly than before, their hands farther from their blades, their eyes softened by trust. Sauron never pressed, never commanded. He merely listened or spoke when asked, but each word was shaped with quiet purpose. He told the nobles what they longed to hear, that Numenor's greatness was unmatched, that its destiny lay far beyond the horizon. He assured the captains that Middle-earth's tribes would break before them should they march again. And to the scholars he offered fragments of long-lost knowledge, enough truth to dazzle, and enough mystery to bind their curiosity to him. Yet the faithful watched with growing dread. At the western end of the city, beneath the tall cypress trees of the Court of Springs, Amandil gathered a small company of trusted friends. These were men and women of high lineage and steady hearts. Elendil of Andunia, who saw more than he ever voiced. Miriel, the rightful heir whose sorrow was concealed beneath quiet grace. And several others who still held to the ancient reverence for the West. They stood in the shadow of the fountains, speaking in hushed tones. "Sauron's influence spreads," Amandil said, his voice low. "Already the court bends nearer to him. If this continues, the king will trust his counsel more than that of his own people." Elendil nodded gravely. "I have heard talk among the nobles. Some believe Sauron's surrender was a sign of fate, that he has abandoned the darkness of old and seeks honor under our king." "Folly," Miriel whispered. "Evil does not discard its nature so lightly." "Yet folly grows swiftly," Amandil replied, "and already I fear we are too few to turn the tide." One of the younger faithful, a keen-eyed youth named Almandor, stepped forward. "Then let us speak openly before the court," he urged. Let us reveal the dangers. Amandel shook his head. No. The king's pride burns too brightly. If we speak openly, he will cast us aside, or worse. We must watch and wait, and act only when the need grows dire. Almandur bowed, though reluctance shadowed his expression. As the faithful dispersed, each troubled by the growing darkness, Amandil lingered alone beneath the trees. The wind was cool upon his face, carrying with it a scent from the distant sea. He looked westward toward the forbidden shores where no man might sail, and he prayed silently that the Valar still watched over their wayward kin. Meanwhile, within the palace, Sauron continued his quiet work. One evening, after a day of council, Ar-Pharazôn summoned Sauron to the inner hall. Though the prisoner still wore his chains, they were polished now, gleaming like silver ornaments rather than instruments of restraint. The king sat upon his tall throne, robed in crimson, crowned with the dragon helm of Numenor's sovereigns. Sauron, Ar-Pharazôn declared, rumors grow of unrest in Middle-earth. You have spoken of the tribes that stir beyond Mordor's borders. Tell me now, does a greater threat remain? Sauron bowed deeply. My lord, that land has known only darkness since the fall of the ancient powers. Without guidance, it festers. I sought to rule it in my own way, but none may bring order as you can. The king leaned forward, intrigued. And how may this be done? You are beloved by your people, Sauron said, his voice soft and measured. But fear rules far beyond your shores. The tribes of the east tremble, yet they also wonder. They ask, will the king of Numenor reign over them? Will he restore peace, or will he strike them down? They wait for your answer. Ar-Pharazôn's pride swelled again, unmistakably. Then they shall have it. But, Sauron continued gently, there are truths hidden in the ancient world, truths only I know. If you permit me, I will reveal them. They shall strengthen your throne, extend your might, and secure your dominion beyond all reckoning. The king considered this, silent. Behind him, several nobles shifted uneasily, aware that Sauron's words held a power beyond mere counsel. Even those not among the faithful felt a chill, though they did not understand why. Ar-Pharazôn finally spoke. You offer much, but why? Because, Sauron replied, I have seen your greatness, and I believe that if I serve you, your reign shall surpass even the days of the old kings. The king smiled, a slow, satisfied smile. Thus Sauron's influence deepened. His chains remained, yet they were no longer locked with vigilance. Guards removed them at certain hours for convenience. He walked under escort through the palace gardens, where he spoke kindly to gardeners and servants, asking simple questions, offering gentle praise. Many found themselves disarmed by his courtesy, yet the shadows around him grew thicker. One night, a chambermaid fled from the guest wing in terror. She claimed she had seen Sauron walking beneath the moonlit arches, without escort, though his guards swore he had been locked in his chamber. Others whispered of faint chanting from the upper levels of the palace, though no one could trace its source. Still, the king dismissed such rumors as fear-mongering. But the turning point came with the arrival of a second messenger from Middle-earth. He stumbled into the throne room, exhausted and trembling. His clothes were torn, his skin smeared with dust. My lord, he gasped, the tribes near Mordor rise in chaos. Not against you, but against each other? Strange omens haunt the skies. Fires burn atop mountains that slept for ages. They cry your name in both fear and hope, begging for a ruler who will end their terror." Sauron bowed his head, hiding the gleam in his eyes. "My absence," he murmured, "has unbound them. Only one hand can restore order now." The king looked at him sharply. "Yours?" "No, my lord," Sauron said softly. "Yours. Guided by my knowledge." The court stirred in astonishment, and it was in that moment, beneath the carved dome of Armenelos, that Ar-Pharazôn first allowed the idea to root in his mind that Sauron, the very foe he had taken prisoner, might indeed be the key to greater dominion. Amandil, standing among the courtiers, felt cold dread seize his heart, for he saw clearly what others did not. The shadow had not merely entered Numenor, it had begun to lead. In the following days, the palace of Armenelos grew strangely divided, though no wall had been raised and no decree proclaimed it so. On one side moved those who clustered near Sauron, nobles eager for influence, captains hungry for new conquests, scholars dazzled by hints of forgotten lore. They spoke quietly, yet with increasing confidence, as though some unseen certainty guided them. On the other side walked the faithful, still steady of heart, though their number seemed to shrink with each passing week. They observed, listened, and waited, yet the shadow around them pressed ever closer. Amandil could feel the shift like a gathering storm when he walked through the grand corridors beneath the tall pillars carved with ancient stories. Past the gardens where silver fountains sang, he sensed eyes upon him, not with open hostility, but with a suspicion that had not been present before Sauron's arrival. Whispers stirred behind his back. Even old friends gave him wary glances, as though the wisdom he carried had grown into some unwelcome burden. One morning, as dawn cast soft gold across the palace courtyards, Amandil met with Elendil beside the pool of stars. The young man paced, troubled, his cloak brushing the smooth stone tiles. "Amandil," Elendil said, "the king's council meets again today. Word has spread that Sauron will be permitted to speak openly before the lords. They say he will propose new measures for dealing with Middle-earth." "And the king will listen," Amandil answered. "More closely than he listens to any of us. There will come a moment," Elendil whispered, "when he no longer pretends to mistrust Sauron. That moment may be today." Amandil laid a hand on Elendil's shoulder. "Then today we watch and we wait. We cannot strike until the snare is fully revealed." Though the words were steady, Amandil's heart was heavy, for he sensed that time itself was turning against them. The council convened at midday in the Hall of Kings, a place vast enough to echo the faintest word spoken within it. Sauron entered under guard, though the guards now walked beside him rather than in front, and their hands rested lightly on their weapons. His chains remained, but they were polished so finely that they glimmered like ornaments. Ar-Pharazôn sat upon his gilded throne, surveyed by lords in richly embroidered robes. Amandil stood among them, silent and grim. When Sauron bowed, the hall fell still. "My lord king," he said, his voice soft, yet carrying through the chamber, "you are the mightiest ruler in this age. Yet Middle-earth trembles, lost in confusion. Tribes clash, shadows stir, fear spreads like fire among dry leaves. They need a guiding hand, one strong enough to shape the fate of nations. And you claim to know how that hand should move." One captain scoffed. Sauron inclined his head modestly. "I claim only to have walked those lands for many years. I have seen their weaknesses. If your captains march without wisdom, They may face traps they do not yet comprehend. Ar-Pharazôn leaned forward. "Speak plainly, Sauron." Sauron did. There before the assembled court, he described the strife beyond Mordor, the rising unrest, the warring tribes, the leaders hungry for dominance. His words painted a picture vivid and alarming. Even those who distrusted him felt the weight of his descriptions. Then he turned slowly, eyes calm and steady. "If your majesty desires," he said, "I shall show you the pathways through the darkest hills. I shall reveal the strongholds hidden beneath ash and stone. I shall give counsel such that no foe may rise against Numenor." The hall stirred again, rippling with murmurs. Ar-Pharazôn stood. "Sauron," he declared, "you offer knowledge that could serve this kingdom greatly." Amandil stepped forward quickly. "My lord!" But the king silenced him with a raised hand. "And so," Ar-Pharazôn continued, "I shall appoint you as advisor to my captains on matters concerning Middle-earth alone." A thrill passed through the room. Even some who had doubted Sauron now nodded with approval. Amandil felt as though a cold stone had settled in his chest. This was not yet the king's utter surrender of wisdom, but it was the first deep cut, a wound that once opened would not easily close. After the council dispersed, Sauron was escorted back to his chamber, yet he walked with a different air than before. It was still humble, still soft-spoken, but beneath that humility pulsed something steady and triumphant. That night, strange lights flickered in the upper windows of the palace. Some claimed they were reflections from the watchfires. Others whispered that they were signs of old powers awakening. A servant fled from the west wing, trembling, saying she had heard faint chanting beneath the earth, though no singer could be found. Still, the king dismissed all such tales. In the days that followed, Sauron's influence deepened further. He advised the captains on strategies no mortal could devise. He traced the borders of forgotten realms upon great maps spread across carved tables. He spoke of ancient wars, of spirits that haunted deep forests, of cursed vales none but he could navigate. The captains listened, enthralled. One evening he walked in the palace gardens under escort. Nightingales sang in the branches above. Moonlight glazed the marble paths. There he paused beside a tall pillar, carved with the likeness of Elros, first king of Numenor. Turning to the guards, Sauron spoke quietly. "You are a noble people, yet even noble houses fall when fear drives them. The tribes of the east grow restless. They fear Numenor. But I can help them understand your might. With your king's leadership, the whole of Middle-earth may know peace." The words were gentle, but the guards felt the echo of something deeper. They repeated his speech later in the barracks. Soon it spread to the officers, then to the nobles. Thus Sauron's message traveled without him ever lifting a hand. Still, the faithful resisted, though their circle dwindled. One night, Amandil gathered them once more in the Court of Springs. "We approach a sharp turning," he said gravely. "The king sees only what flatters his heart. Sauron has begun to shape his will. If the king should raise him higher still, Numenor will not be the same." Muriel's eyes shone with sorrow. "Do you foresee that day?" "I fear it approaches," Amandil replied, "and when it comes we must be ready." For the shadow no longer crept, it marched, and all the while Sauron waited, patient as stone, steady as the tide, knowing that the moment of greatest triumph often arrives softly, on footsteps no louder than breath. The moon waxed and waned over Armanelos, and with each passing night The air in the palace grew heavier, as though the very stones sensed a nearness of shadow. Yet outwardly, Numenor remained bright. Markets thrived, ships glided over silver waters, and the king walked with lifted head, for his confidence had swelled into something vast and perilous. Ar-Pharazôn had always been bold, but now boldness sharpened into hunger. He saw himself not merely as king of Numenor, but as one destined for greater dominion, one who might rule lands uncounted and command powers beyond mortal reach. And though he did not yet understand the source of this ambition's flame, Sauron quietly fed it with every breath. One afternoon, the king summoned his war captains to the inner court, a grand colonnade ringed with white pillars carved in the likeness of Numenor's ancient kings. Sunlight streamed through the arches, bright upon golden shields and helms. Sauron stood among them, no longer kept behind guards, though his chains remained for form's sake. "My captains," Ar-Pharazôn declared, "Middle-earth stirs. Tribes rise and fall like trembling reeds. Should we stand idle while lesser kingdoms contend? Or shall Numenor extend its guidance so that all lands may share in our glory?" Cheers rose, though some hesitated. A few captains exchanged uneasy glances, for they sensed the king's desire outpaced reason. Yet none dared speak openly, for Ar-Pharazôn's wrath was famed throughout the Isles. Sauron stepped forward with a graceful bow. "My lord," he said, "your captains need not fear the shadows of Middle-earth. With your strength behind them, even the darkest hills shall yield. But to guide your forces rightly, I must speak plainly." The king gestured for him to continue. "Our enemies do not rise from courage, nor from hope," Sauron said. "They rise from confusion. My former servants, those who dwelt in Mordor, scatter without leadership. The tribes tremble, unsure which power to fear or follow. Should your host march again, they will fall swiftly into order beneath your banner." The captains murmured in agreement. Ar-Pharazôn's pride flared anew. Amandil, standing at the back of the court, felt the cold edge of dread. He knew what Sauron omitted, that the unrest of Middle-earth was no accident, but a fire he himself had kindled long before his capture. Sauron had played both sides of the board, letting Numenor believe its strength would bend the world to its will, while he molded the king's heart with silver-tongued flattery. Yet Amandil held his peace. To speak against the king now would only hasten his fall. After the council dispersed, Sauron followed two young nobles into the shadowed walkway beneath the terrace. Their voices drifted through the carved archways. "Is it true," one asked breathlessly, "that the East trembled when the king took you captive?" "Many trembled," Sauron answered softly, "for they feared the might of Numenor more than they feared me." "And still you bow before our king?" the second noble said admiringly. "It must be fate that brought you into his service." Sauron smiled faintly, though neither noble saw the coldness behind it. "Fate indeed," he murmured, "for only under such a king may the world find its rightful order." He left them glowing with pride, eager to carry his words throughout the court. That night, Amandil visited Miriel in her private chambers, a quiet place overlooking the western sea. The wind carried a soft, salt scent through the open balcony. "My lady," he said gently, "I fear the day draws near when Sauron will speak not only before the council, but as a voice the king believes above all others." Miriel clasped her hands tightly. "I see the same shadows," she whispered. "The court looks to him as though he were a wise counselor from distant lands, They forget what he is. They forget, Amandil said, because he wishes them to forget. He turned toward the window, staring into the dark horizon. I do not know how long we may hold to reason. If the king names Sauron his chief advisor, the rest of Numenor will follow, blind to the danger at their feet. Then what shall we do? Miriel asked. Amandil shook his head. We wait, and we prepare. The moment will come when words fail us, and actions must take their place. Days passed, and the king grew more enthralled with grand visions. He spoke now of building new strongholds in Middle-earth, of forging alliances with distant kingdoms, of imposing peace upon lands that had never known it. And in every plan, Sauron's voice guided the shape of the future. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the western sea, Ar-Pharazôn summoned Sauron alone to the throne room. The hall was quiet, torchlit, filled with long shadows. The king dismissed his guards, leaving only himself and the prisoner. You speak wisely, the king said, perhaps too wisely for one who once claimed dominion over the east. I claimed dominion, Sauron answered, bowing, because no other hand was strong enough, but your hand, my lord, is stronger still. Under your rule, Middle-earth could become greater than it ever was. And you would help me bring order? Ar-Pharazôn asked. If you command it, Sauron replied. The king studied him, pride blazing behind his eyes. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Ar-Pharazôn said quietly, I have long sought a counselor who understands the world beyond our shores, one who can see what my best captains cannot, one who knows the hearts of men and their fears. He drew himself tall. If I were to entrust such responsibility to you, Sauron, would you serve? Sauron bowed deeply, lowering his gaze. With all my skill, he said, and with all my loyalty. Ar-Pharazôn nodded once, slow and deliberate. Then soon, he said, I shall lift you above the lesser counselors, and you shall sit at my side. But first, I must show the people that you serve me wholly. A strange gleam flickered in Sauron's eyes, though his face remained serene, as my king commands. Thus the step was taken. Nothing had yet been announced, but the path was laid. Ar-Pharazôn had made his choice in secret, and now he needed only the right moment to reveal it. Yet the palace sensed the change. Servants grew cautious when Sauron passed by. Guards stood silently at attention, as though recognizing a new weight in his presence. Even the nobles spoke more softly, not daring to guess what place the king might soon grant him. But among the faithful fear deepened, for they knew that once the king placed Sauron at his side, the last barrier between Numenor and doom would crumble. The shadow would no longer whisper behind doors. It would speak from the throne itself. The morning that followed was clear and bright, with a sky the color of polished sapphire, but Numenor's fair weather could not mask the unease that had begun to coil through the palace. Something unseen lay beneath the surface of every glance, every whispered conversation, every measured footstep along the marble halls. Even the sound of the fountains seemed muted, as though the very water sensed the stillness before a great turning. For Ar-Pharazôn had made a decision that would shift the axis of the realm, and though he had spoken it only to Sauron, its echo reached those who had long watched the king's pride grow too great for caution to restrain. Amandil rose early, his thoughts troubled. As he walked through the gardens that opened toward the morning sun, he saw that the guards at Sauron's chamber now carried themselves with a strange mixture of ease and respect. The chains still hung from Sauron's wrists, but they no longer bound him as they once had. The guards spoke with him freely, almost familiarly, for he had learned each of their names, flattered their loyalty, and assured them they served a king destined for greatness. When Amandil passed them, they inclined their heads respectfully, but he sensed their minds drifting away from his counsel. By midday, the king held council again, though this time fewer were summoned and fewer still were permitted to approach him. Amandil was among those allowed to attend, but he felt the weight of eyes upon him as he entered the Hall of Gold. Tall windows cast golden beams across the polished floor. Lords sat in 2 long rows, their faces solemn. Then Sauron entered. He no longer walked like a prisoner. His posture was straight, his gaze steady, and though the silver chains still lay upon his wrists, they had become tokens instead of fetters. The hall fell silent at his appearance, not from fear, but from something far more dangerous, curiosity mixed with admiration. Ar-Pharazôn spoke first. Lords of Numenor, you know well that Middle-earth lies in turmoil. Without leadership, the tribes falter. Without guidance, they fall into ruin. Already our captains receive pleas for aid. It is time we understand this unrest clearly. He gestured toward Sauron. This one, the king continued, knows the lands beyond our sight. He understands the minds of the east. His knowledge surpasses that of all our scouts and advisors. Amandil stiffened. The words were too close, far too close to what he had feared. Sauron bowed low, his voice gentle. I am but a servant of your will, O king. If I may speak, I shall reveal what may guide you to triumph. Ar-Pharazôn nodded. Speak. Sauron stepped forward, lifting his eyes to the assembled lords. My former servants, those who dwelt in Mordor, are scattered, he said. They fight among themselves, each seeking to seize what little power remains. In the absence of a strong master, their discord spreads into the surrounding lands, stirring ancient grudges and igniting new ambitions. He lifted one chain-bound hand, indicating the maps spread before the council. Here, he continued, pointing to the eastern plains. Warbands clash like wolves over fallen prey. Here in the southern deserts, tribes flee from the mountains of shadow. Here along the coasts, raiders strike at villages that once swore allegiance to your might. His voice deepened slightly, carrying a subtle gravity. You may crush them by force if you wish, but they will rise again in chaos unless a power greater than any they have known brings them to heel. Ar-Pharazôn's eyes gleamed, and that power is Numenor. Indeed, Sauron said, bowing, but only if guided rightly. Murmurs swept through the hall. One of the elder lords rose, brow furrowed. Sauron, he said, you offer warnings and counsel, but how may we know your words are true? You are, after all, the same who ruled Mordor with fear. Sauron lowered his head, his expression humble. I was harsh, he said softly, for harshness is all the land understood. But where I failed, your king shall prevail. I surrendered because I saw that my strength could not compare to his. If I now offer counsel, it is because I wish to see order restored where I once sought dominion. Several lords nodded, persuaded. Amandil stepped forward at last. My king, he said, hear me. Every word he speaks is shaped to flatter you, to bind your will to his. He would have you march into shadows you do not understand. Sauron speaks of helping you, but he has long sought mastery over hearts, far more subtle than mastery by sword. Ar-Pharazôn's face darkened. Enough, the king said coldly. Your warnings are born of old fears, Amandil. You refuse to see that he has yielded. He has yielded his body, Amandil answered, but not his purpose. Sauron bowed again, the picture of humility. If I may speak, I bear no ill toward Lord Amandil. His loyalty is great, though his caution blinds him to the changes of the world. I serve you, my king, not myself. The king stood, his voice echoing through the hall. Then hear my decree. The lords straightened, breaths held. Sauron, once Lord of Mordor, Ar-Pharazôn proclaimed, shall be lifted above the lesser advisors. From this day forth, he shall serve as counselor to the throne. His wisdom shall guide our dealings with Middle-earth. A wave of astonishment swept the hall. Amandil felt the blow like a sharp blade beneath the ribs. He bowed his head, hiding the despair in his eyes. Sauron knelt, chains clinking softly. I accept, he said, with loyalty to your glory alone. And though his face showed gratitude, his eyes, just briefly, gleamed like cold stars beneath deep water. Word spread swiftly through the city. Some rejoiced, seeing the king's choice as bold and wise. Others trembled, knowing the shadow would now speak with the king's own authority. By nightfall, the palace seemed to pulse with an unseen power. Lamps flickered, though no wind stirred. Footsteps echoed strangely in the corridors. Several servants whispered that they felt watched by unseen eyes. In the Court of Springs, the faithful gathered once more. Amandil spoke quietly. The day we feared has come. Sauron now stands at the king's side. His influence will grow unchecked. We must tread with great care. Elendil clenched his jaw. Is all lost, then? Not yet, Amandil said, but Numenor walks a narrowing path, and soon we must decide how far we are willing to follow before we turn, to save what we can. They dispersed as shadows lengthened, each heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. And deep within the palace, in the chamber no longer guarded with vigilance, Sauron stood alone beneath a moonbeam, slanting through a high window. The chains upon his wrists gleamed faintly as he lifted them. A soft whisper escaped him, no louder than a breath. Soon, for the tide had turned, and Numenor, though still bright in the eyes of its people, had already stepped into the first darkness of its doom. Though the people of Numenor carried on with their daily labors, the heart of the island had begun to beat to a different rhythm. It was slow at first, almost imperceptible, like the faint tremor of earth before a distant storm. But those who listened closely, those whose spirits had not been clouded by pride, felt the shift growing stronger with each passing day. For Sauron, now seated among the king's counselors, moved through the palace like a quiet wind shaping the course of a river. He spoke seldom in council, but when he did, his words fell with the weight of certainty. And though his chains remained clasped before him, none dared believe they restrained anything at all. Amandil watched from the shadows of the court, his heart heavy. He saw how the king leaned closer whenever Sauron spoke, how nobles nodded eagerly at his suggestions, how captains turned to him for guidance. Pride had blinded Numenor's lords, and pride would lead them wherever Sauron directed. But while the court drifted ever nearer to the shadow, unrest stirred in the streets beyond. In the marketplaces of Armenelos, merchants whispered of strange sightings, of tall shapes watching from rooftops at moonrise, of shadows that moved against the grain of the sun, of voices echoing along stone corridors with no speaker in sight. Some dismissed such tales as nonsense born of fear. Others murmured that Sauron's presence had drawn something unseen into the city, but the king would hear none of it. "We grow stronger each day," Ar-Pharazôn declared. "The world trembles at our might, and our enemies scatter like chaff before the wind. Sauron brings wisdom, not evil. Let none speak against him." Thus the warnings fell silent, for fear of the king's wrath. One evening, as twilight deepened and the lamps of Ar-Menellos flickered to life, Sauron stood before the king in the private council chamber. The room was adorned with banners recounting Numenor's victories, and tall golden candelabra filled the air with warm glow. Ar-Pharazôn strode in, wearing a mantle of deep crimson. He dismissed the guards with a single gesture, leaving only Sauron before him. "You wish to speak?" the king said. "Yes, my lord," Sauron answered, bowing. "The time has come to act with boldness." "You speak of Middle-earth again." "I speak of your destiny." The king's expression sharpened. Sauron stepped closer, his chains clinking softly, though the sound seemed strangely muted. "You are the greatest king of this age," he said. "Your fleet conquers nations. Your warriors strike fear in the hearts of all who behold them. Yet still Middle-earth lies fractured. Still it stumbles in darkness. You would have me unite it? I would have you redeem it?" Sauron replied softly. "Only Numenor can bring order. Only Numenor can restore peace. But to do so you must strike with wisdom, not haste. You must know whom to trust. And you offer yourself as that trusted guide." Sauron bowed his head humbly. "If you will it." Ar-Pharazôn studied him a long moment. For the first time in many years, uncertainty flickered across the king's eyes, but pride quickly smothered it. "You offer much," the king said. "Show me you can deliver what you promise." Sauron smiled, softly, almost sorrowfully. "Then allow me to root out treachery within your own court." The king stiffened. "Treachery? Not from your loyal servants," Sauron said gently, "but from those who still cling to old fears, fears that cloud their judgment. They would see Numenor remain small while the world cries for your leadership." Ar-Pharazôn's jaw tightened. "You speak of the faithful." Sauron lowered his eyes. "They do not trust your destiny. They speak against your choices in whispers. They doubt your wisdom." The king paced slowly, his steps echoing off the marble floor. "They would have me remain a mere caretaker of this island," Ar-Pharazôn whispered. "They do not see that Numenor is meant for more." "They see only the past," Sauron replied. "But I see the future." After a long silence, the king turned back to him. "What do you propose?" Sauron's voice flowed like shadowed water. "Let me expose their secrets. Let me show you who serves your glory and who serves only fear." The king nodded. "Do so," he said, "and when you return, we shall speak of greater matters." That same evening, Amandil met with the faithful beneath the cypress trees of the Court of Springs. The moon shone faintly through drifting clouds. "We are watched," Amandil said quietly, "not only by the king's men, but by eyes unseen." Miriel shivered. "What eyes?" "Elentir has heard whispers in the palace," Amandil replied. "Shadows moving where no shadow should fall, doors opening without touch, servants hearing voices that speak no tongue known to Numenor." "Is it sorcery?" Almandur asked. Amandil hesitated. "If it is, only one being in this kingdom commands it." They fell silent. Then Amandil continued, his face grave. "Tonight, Sauron sought permission to root out so-called treachery, and the king granted it." A murmur of fear rippled through the group. "He means us," Miriel whispered. "Yes," Amandil said. "He will not strike openly. He will weave a net of suspicion around us until we stand alone, and once we are alone, he will convince the king to cast us aside." "What shall we do?" Elendil asked. Amandil drew a long breath. "We keep together," he said. "We speak little, we act with caution, and above all, we must not give Sauron anything he can twist against us." He looked toward the palace windows, glowing faintly in the distance. "But know this, the shadow moves swiftly now. We must be ready for all that follows." 3 nights later, an incident occurred that sent ripples of fear throughout the palace. A high noble, Lord Carmere, vanished without trace. His guards claimed he had retired to his chambers. His servants insisted he had summoned no one. Yet by dawn his bed lay empty, and the window stood open, though no marks were found upon the sill. Rumors swirled. Some claimed dark figures had been seen slipping through the corridors that night. Others whispered the Carmere had been heard arguing with Sauron earlier that week. Still others said he had been taken by spirits drawn to the palace. Ar-Pharazôn summoned Sauron at once. "Explain this," the king demanded. Sauron bowed deeply. "My lord, when you grant me leave to reveal the truth, you must allow me to act. Some nobles harbor secrets more dangerous than you know." "You speak in riddles," the king snapped. "Where is Carmere?" "Gone," Sauron answered quietly. "Before I reached him, he fled. Perhaps he feared the exposure of what he hid." Ar-Pharazôn frowned. "And what did he hide?" Sauron's eyes gleamed faintly. "Speak with me in private," he said, "for such matters are not for the ears of many." And so the king followed him. By the next morning, Carmere's disappearance was declared an act of treasonous flight. His estate was seized. His allies were questioned. And though none could prove wrongdoing, suspicion clung to any who had spoken with him in the weeks before. The faithful felt a tightening noose. Amandil knew then that Sauron had begun to strike, not with open force, but with quiet, calculated malice. One disappearance would lead to another. Fear would do the rest. And through it all, the king would see only Sauron's loyalty. For the shadow had begun to move, not behind the throne, but through it, and Numenor, though still gleaming under the sun, stood already beneath a growing pall no wind could disperse. The disappearance of Lord Carmere was like the first crack in a flawless stone, small but revealing the hidden fault beneath. Though the king proclaimed it a matter of treason, murmurs whispered through Armanelos like wind through tall grass. Some feared that Sauron's rise had unbound old evils. Others believed Carmere had been spirited away by enemies from Middle-earth. But none dared speak their fears openly, for now the shadow of suspicion hung over every household. Within the palace, watchfulness sharpened. Guards walked the corridors with heavier steps. Servants startled at the softest echo. And beneath this tightening silence, Sauron moved with calm purpose, slipping between councils and private chambers like a thread, stitching the king's will to his own designs. Amandil felt the change most keenly. When he passed through the king's halls, conversations halted. Eyes drifted away. Those who once greeted him warmly now avoided his gaze, fearing that any show of friendship might mark them for scrutiny. Yet he bore this coldness with quiet dignity, for he knew its cause. Sauron had begun his quiet hunt, but the faithful were not powerless. Amandil still held respect among many of Numenor's older lords, those whose memories stretched back to the reigns of wiser kings. One of them, a venerable man named Belzegar, sought Amandil in the twilight hours. They met in Belzegar's inner courtyard, where the scent of night-blooming flowers drifted through the air. Amandel, the old lord said softly, we stand at the edge of a precipice. The king's trust in the Sauron deepens with each word he utters. Yet all I see in that man is a calm too perfect, a humility too practiced. Amandel nodded. We have long feared such deception, and now it tightens around the king like a serpent. Belzegar's gaze darkened. If Carmer did not flee, if he was taken, then no one in the court is safe. Amandel's voice lowered. I believe Sauron seeks to eliminate those who might stand against him. One by one, he will erode the king's old loyalties until none remain except those he has molded. Belzegar sighed heavily, resting a trembling hand upon a stone bench. Then we must act, but how does one contend with such cunning? He weaves nets that cannot be seen until they are already drawn tight. Amandel looked toward the dark windows of the palace. We cannot strike at him openly, but we can protect those he targets, and we may yet reveal his true nature before the king. Belzegar inclined his head. I will stand with you. Thus a fragile alliance strengthened, though beneath its hope lay the grim truth that they were few and growing fewer. Meanwhile, Sauron deepened his hold upon the king. One night, Ar-Pharazôn summoned him to the high tower of Armanelos, where few were ever permitted to tread. From this height, the lights of the city spread like scattered stars below, and the sea beyond shimmered with reflected moonlight. Look upon Numenor, the king commanded, stretching out his hand. Is it not the greatest realm under heaven? Sauron stood beside him, chains glinting faintly. Great beyond any realm of this age, Sauron said, but greatness invites envy. Already hearts in the east tremble at your strength. Ar-Pharazôn smiled with pride. Let them tremble. Sauron's voice became low and steady. But fear alone will not bring them to heel. You must show them not only power, but purpose. A king of destiny does not merely crush enemies. He reshapes the world. The king turned toward him. And you would guide me to this destiny. If you command it, Sauron replied, bowing, I shall show you which kingdoms will rise if left unchecked. I shall reveal the paths armies must tread, the oaths that must be sworn, the ancient powers that even now stir beneath the earth. At these words, the king's eyes gleamed with hunger. Speak of these powers. Sauron's expression grew solemn, almost reverent. There are secrets buried in the deep places of the world, he said. Secrets that only I know. If you understand them, you shall command not only the tribes of Middle-earth, but the very forces that shape the fates of men. Ar-Pharazôn's breath grew shallow. And these secrets, you will teach them to me? In time, Sauron said quietly, for you must first prove that your kingdom stands united behind you. Doubt and dissent must be cleansed. The king's jaw tightened. You speak again of the faithful? I speak, Sauron replied, of those who will hinder your ascent to greatness. His words hung in the air like the faint tremor of thunder. Ar-Pharazôn turned once more to the windows, staring out across his shining realm. He said nothing for a long time, but at last he spoke. Do what must be done. Sauron bowed, hiding the cold triumph in his eyes. That night, a second noble vanished, Lord Cirion, a quiet man known for honesty and clear judgment. His disappearance caused quiet panic among those who remembered the old ways. The king again accepted Sauron's explanation. Cirion, too, had fled from hidden treason. But Amandel saw the pattern clearly. He met with Miriel and Elendil in a remote storeroom beneath the Hall of Scrolls, a place seldom visited.
Cirion is gone, Amandil said. 2 nobles in a handful of days. The court trembles, and Sauron speaks softly into the king's ear, shaping everything to his purpose. Miriel closed her eyes, grief tightening her features. How long until he comes for us? He will not move openly, Amandil answered. He prefers that fear break us apart, but we must not scatter. We must hold fast. Elentyr's hands clenched. We cannot wait forever. If the king accepts Sauron fully, he will not hear a single voice raised against him. That moment is near, Amandil admitted, but we must be ready when it arrives. Sauron's triumph lies in secrecy. If we reveal his schemes before the court, if the king sees even a glimpse of his deceit, there may yet be hope. Miriel looked up sharply. What do you mean to do? Amandil hesitated, then spoke with quiet resolve. There are still captains loyal to me. If Sauron seeks to ensnare the king entirely, I will gather the few who remain untainted. Together we shall confront Sauron with truth. Elentyr's eyes widened. You would face him openly? When the hour is right, Amandil said, not before. But deep within him he knew the danger. Sauron had walked in the presence of the greatest powers of the world. His guile was immeasurable. To expose him would require proof stronger than words, and courage beyond the measure of men. Yet Amandil would not shrink, for if no stand was taken, Numenor would fall without resistance. 2 days later, Sauron made his boldest move yet. During a grand feast in the king's hall, where lords and ladies sat at long tables laden with silver platters, Sauron rose from his seat beside the throne. His chains had been removed for the occasion, replaced by bracelets of polished steel that glimmered like water. He raised his voice. My king, he said, and lords of Numenor, there is treachery in this hall. A hush swept the room. Ar-Pharazôn frowned. Speak plainly. Sauron gestured gracefully toward the far end of the hall. There are those who whisper against your will, those who would see Numenor retreat into fear, abandoning the destiny the world awaits. They meet in secret. They stir doubt among your servants. Amandil's heart froze. And who are these traitors? The king demanded. Sauron paused, letting the silence tighten around the hall like a noose. Then he said softly, You know some of their names already. Others I shall reveal, but in private, that you may judge their guilt without sowing chaos among the faithful. The king nodded grimly. Amandil knew then that the final turning had come. The shadow had cast its hand across the king's throne, and soon it would close into a fist. The feast ended beneath a veil of unease, though music still drifted from the minstrels and torches still burned bright along the golden pillars. Laughter dwindled, smiles faltered, and the courtiers who moments before had spoken freely now whispered only in guarded tones. For Sauron's accusation, soft as falling ash, had unsettled every heart. Amandil left the hall with steady steps, but within him a storm raged. The net he'd foreseen had at last been cast. Soon Sauron would go to the king in private and speak names, slowly, carefully, each one chosen to deepen the king's distrust. And Amandil knew his own name would be among them. He walked through the moonlit gardens of the palace, past fountains shimmering like liquid starlight, past towering cypress trees whose branches swayed in a restless wind. Elentyr found him there. Lord Amandil, he whispered, is this the hour we feared? It is, Amandil said. Sauron means to turn the king's wrath upon us. He will twist every whisper, every gaze, every caution we have ever offered. Elentyr's face grew pale.
Then we must flee before he strikes. Amandil turned sharply. No, we do not flee from truth, but neither do we deliver ourselves blindly into the snare. We must gather what remains of the faithful, and we must prepare to act before Sauron speaks our names. Act in what way? That, Amandil said, depends on what we learn tonight. For he meant to uncover whatever lies Sauron would whisper into the king's ear. And so he set off through the palace corridors, cloaked in shadow, swift as a man who walks toward fate with eyes open. The king's private chamber lay at the far end of a tall hall, its doors guarded by soldiers chosen for their loyalty. Amandil did not approach it openly. Instead, he moved along a side passage that led to a narrow balcony overlooking the chamber's rear window. There he paused, gazing down at the glowing panes. Voices drifted upward. "Sauron," the king said, "you spoke of treachery. Tell me their names." Sauron's answer came soft and measured. "My lord, I speak not to sow fear, but to warn. There are those who doubt your destiny. They whisper that your strength grows too great, your ambitions too bold. Speak clearly," the king commanded. "Very well," Sauron said. "First among them is Amandil." Amandil closed his eyes. The blow had landed as he expected. The king's voice rumbled with anger. "My old friend, he doubts me still?" "He doubts your greatness," Sauron said gently. "Not your heart, but your path. He clings to old ways, blind to the glory before you." "Who else?" Sauron's voice did not falter. "Elantir, Almandur, Belzegar, and others who gather in secret." Amandil's hand tightened on the stone railing. Not Belzegar, he thought bitterly. The old lord had sought only peace, yet this was Sauron's power to twist truth so that even loyalty became treason. Then the king said something that filled Amandil with dread. "What must be done with them?" Sauron answered at once. "Not yet exile, not yet punishment. First we must expose their plots. You must show all of Numenor that your enemies are enemies of peace. Give me leave to find proof. Once I return with it, no voice will rise against you again." Amandil leaned closer, breath held. "And what proof do you seek?" the king asked. "Whatever I must," Sauron replied. "Words, objects, letters, even forged ones, matter little when the truth of your destiny shines so bright. The people will believe what they must." Amandil's heart clenched like a fist. Sauron's voice lowered. "When the time is ripe, we shall remove them quietly. No outcry, no rebellion. Numenor will stand united beneath your rule, free of all who would hinder your rise." Ar-Pharazôn exhaled deeply. "Do what must be done." "It shall be done," Sauron murmured. Amandil stepped back from the balcony, each breath sharp with cold fury. There would be no justice now, not by words alone. Sauron had woven a trap that would soon close around every loyal heart. He turned away, cloak swirling around him. The time for caution was ending. That night Amandil summoned the faithful once more, though it required every silent step, every hidden passage he knew. They gathered in a low stone chamber beneath the Hall of Scrolls, a place of ancient records seldom visited by any but scholars. A single lamp burned in the center, casting wavering shadows on their faces. Amandil stood before them, tall and grave. "My friends," he said, "the king has given Sauron leave to destroy us." A ripple of fear swept through the group. "He has spoken our names," Amandil continued. "He has called us traitors. Soon he will plant forged proofs in our homes, our chambers, our hands, and then he will present them to the king, who will believe every word." Miriel bowed her head. "Then our doom is sealed." "No," Amandil said firmly.
Not yet. He looked at each of them in turn. Sauron's greatest strength lies in secrecy. If we reveal his nature, truly reveal it before the court itself, then even the king must hesitate. We must show the people what he is before he completes his hold over the kingdom. And how shall we do this? LOTR asked. With truth, Amandil said, but truth alone is not enough. We must uncover something he cannot hide, some act that betrays the darkness he cloaks in fair words. But what act? Almandur whispered. Amandil hesitated. There is only one place in this palace where Sauron's mask may slip, he said. The chamber where he conducts his private rituals. Those strange lights. Those voices servants hear but do not understand. Miriel's breath drew sharply. You mean to enter it? Yes, Amandil said, tonight. LOTR stared at him. It is madness. If he catches you, then I will be the first to fall, Amandil said quietly. But if we do nothing, we all fall. A silence settled, heavy and fearful. Then Belzegar, old and trembling, stepped forward. You will not go alone, he said. If this be our last chance, then some of us must stand with you. One by one, hands rose. LOTR's first, then Almandur's, then half a dozen others. Miriel remained silent, but her eyes shone with fierce resolve. Amandil nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling within him. Very well, he said, tonight we strike not with blade or threat, but with truth. Near midnight, the palace corridors fell quiet. Lamps burned low. Guards dozed at their posts. The moon cast long, pale bars of light across the floors. Amandil led the faithful through shadowed passages known only to the oldest lords. At last they reached the door they sought, a small unmarked entrance in the western wing, seldom visited. Behind it lay a staircase descending into the deep foundations of the palace. The air grew colder as they descended, and a faint hum vibrated through the stones. When they reached the bottom, they found a heavy door of blackened wood, carved with symbols none of them recognized. Light flickered beneath it, strange, shifting, colorless. Amandil placed his hand upon the door. Whatever lies beyond, he whispered, will reveal the truth. But as he pushed the door open, the flickering light swelled, and a voice, soft as a breath, yet colder than winter's deep, drifted toward them. You come sooner than I expected. Sauron stood within, unchained, unmasked. The shadows curled around him like living things, and the faithful trembled, for they saw at last what the king refused to see. The chamber was not large, yet it felt vast, too vast, as though its walls stretched far beyond the reach of any torch. Strange symbols shimmered faintly along the floor, arranged in rings that pulsed like the heartbeat of some slumbering beast. The air was heavy, dense with a quiet dread that pressed against the skin. And at the center stood Sauron, no longer hiding behind gentle courtesy or feigned humility. He turned slowly as Amandil and the faithful stepped inside. His form remained fair, shaped like a tall man in fine robes, but the shadows around him coiled and uncoiled with a will of their own. The brazier to his right burned with a cold, pale fire, unlike any known flame. The chains he once wore lay neatly folded upon a stone table, irrelevant trinkets now. Amandil steadied his breath. So, he said quietly, this is your truth. Sauron smiled. The expression was calm but wrong, too smooth, too measured, as though shaped for mortals, rather than born of genuine feeling. This, he answered, is the truth you were determined to find. You should take pride in your persistence, Amandil. Few have ever come so far. LOTR stepped forward, placing a hand upon the hilt of his ceremonial sword. You have deceived the king. You shape his heart with lies. And he accepts them? Sauron replied, for he hungers to hear what I speak. A king's pride is not something I created. I merely gave it voice. Belzegar, old but steady, raised a trembling arm. You mean to destroy us? Destroy? Sauron said softly. No, I seek only to remove obstacles. You do not understand the greatness your king may claim, and so you cling to ancient fears, desperate to keep Numenor small. Amandil stepped forward, placing himself between Sauron and the others. We keep Numenor true, he said. There is a difference. A shadow, almost a hand, stirred behind Sauron, flickering like a flame, struggling to hold its shape. His eyes, bright and cold, fixed on Amandil with unsettling stillness. You come here hoping to expose me, Sauron said, but no one will believe you. What proof do you carry? Your words, your fears? The king trusts me. He sees in me the promise of dominion. Dominion through deceit, Amandil said. Dominion through destiny, Sauron corrected softly. Your king is meant for more than thrones and halls. He is meant to wield true power. Miriel stepped forward then, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. And you seek to place yourself at his right hand. Sauron inclined his head. I seek only a place where my guidance is heeded. Under my counsel he shall rise higher than any who came before him. And fall farther, Amandil said sharply. Sauron's eyes glinted, but he did not deny the truth. Instead, he raised one hand. The cold flame in the brazier flared. Shadows lengthened across the chamber, merging into shapes, tall, twisted forms like men of smoke wearing crowns that glimmered faintly in the dimness. Several of the faithful stumbled back, breath stolen by fear. Amandil did not move. You show yourself at last, he said. Sauron's voice deepened, tinged with a resonance that no mortal throat could summon. Your king has already granted me authority, he said. Soon he will grant me trust, and when I stand beside his throne, none will dare challenge him. Or me. Amandil lifted his chin. We came not to challenge you. We came to see what the king refuses to see. And now we know. Sauron smiled again, thin and sharp. Yes, he said, now you know. But that knowledge is useless. You will not leave this place, not alive. Elendil drew his sword with a hiss of steel. Others followed, though their blades trembled in their grasp. Sauron did not flinch. He raised his hand and the shadows rose like a dark tide. But before he could strike, Amandil stepped forward boldly, drawing from his cloak a small crystal vial that shimmered with pale light. Sauron paused. The shadows recoiled as if burned. That, Sauron said quietly, does not belong in your hands. It belongs to the line of Andunia, Amandil replied. A gift from the west, a light untainted by your shadow. He lifted the vial. Light, warm, clear, and golden, poured forth, washing the chamber with radiance. The cold fire sputtered and dimmed. The shadow shapes writhed, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. For the first time, Sauron's composure cracked. His fair form shimmered, flickering like a reflection in unsteady water. You dare bring this into my presence? He hissed, though his voice remained controlled. Amandil walked forward, each step forcing the shadows back. You have hidden behind soft words long enough, he said. Show your true form, or flee, but no more deception. Sauron drew himself tall, eyes burning like cold embers. You play a dangerous game, he said, but the king will not believe your tale, not without proof stronger than the light you hold.
"We have seen enough," Amandil said, "and we shall speak before the court." Sauron's smile returned, quiet, deadly. "If you can reach it." The shadows exploded forward, lunging like ravenous beasts, but Amandil's light held them at bay, flaring with sudden brilliance. The faithful stumbled back toward the staircase. "Go!" Amandil shouted. "Tell the truth. I will hold him as long as I can." Elendil grasped Amandil's arm. "We do this together." "No," Amandil said. "You must escape. Numenor will need voices unbroken by fear." The shadows surged again. Miriel seized Elendil's sleeve. "Come." One by one, the faithful fled up the stairway, the chamber trembling with darkness behind them. Light flared, shadows shrieked, and Amandil's voice rose like steel. But as they reached the top of the stairs, the door slammed open, and guards filled the corridor, swords drawn, eyes blazing with confusion. "Seize them!" one shouted. "They intrude upon forbidden chambers." Elendil shouted, "We must reach the king." But the guards closed in. From below, Sauron's voice echoed upward, cold, triumphant, closer than it had any right to be. "They flee from treachery. Do not let them escape." Amandil's light flickered behind the door. The faithful had uncovered the truth. But Sauron had been ready, and now the snare began to tighten. The clash in the corridor erupted with sudden fury. The guards, loyal to the king and blind to the deception winding through the palace, moved with disciplined swiftness. Though untrained for treachery in the heart of Armenelos, they obeyed orders without hesitation. Steel rang against marble as the faithful struggled to avoid the tightening circle around them. "Yield your arms," cried the captain of the guard. "By order of the king, you are under arrest." "We serve the king," Elendil shouted back. "We seek only to warn him." But their cries fell upon deaf ears, for Sauron had already whispered poison into these men's minds. To the guards, the faithful appeared desperate conspirators, fleeing from some secret crime. Belzegar, though aged, held his ground, standing before the younger faithful like a shield of old oak. "Stand aside," he thundered, though breath failed him. "There is darkness behind you, greater than any you imagine." The guards hesitated only a moment, but a moment was too little. More soldiers poured into the corridor from the far end, hemming them in. The faithful backed against the wall, retreating toward the stairway from which they had fled. Then came a sound that froze every heart, the slow, steady footsteps descending the corridor, with the calm certainty of one who feared nothing. Sauron appeared. He moved like a shadow. Given form, his fair guise restored, but his eyes glimmered faintly with a cold radiance that betrayed the power he carried. Though the guards had cornered the faithful, they stepped aside instinctively when he approached, as though granting passage to a creature far greater than they understood. "My lord," said the captain, bowing, "we have seized the traitors." Sauron inclined his head gently. "You have done well." Amandil had not yet emerged. Behind the closed door at the bottom of the stairway, the faint glow of his light pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Elendil glanced that way, despair tightening his chest. Sauron followed the glance. "No one will disturb him," Sauron said softly. "He has chosen his path, and so must the rest of you." Elendil stepped forward, though guards pressed their blades close to his throat. "You think your lies will stand forever? The truth will reach the king, one way or another." Sauron regarded him with quiet curiosity. "Truth?" he murmured. "You speak of truth as though it were stone. But truth is shaped by those who wield it, and your king prefers the truth I offer." Miriel stepped forward, defying the guards' raised swords. "He is blinded by pride," she said. "You twist his desire for greatness into a chain that binds him." Sauron's eyes softened in mock sympathy. "Greatness frightens those who dream only of safety, but your king was never a timid man. He walks a path you cannot understand." Elendil spat. "He walks a path shaped by your deceit." At that, Sauron's expression grew colder. "Enough," he said. "The king will decide your fate. Bring them." The guards surged forward. Chaos erupted. Belzegar struggled fiercely, though age weighed upon him. Almandur broke through the line for a moment, only to be seized by 2 soldiers. Miriel dodged a grasping hand, her cloak swirling like shadow, but a guard caught her arm. Elendil fought with desperate strength, parrying blows with the ceremonial blade still at his side. "Do not harm them," Sauron commanded. "Wound them if needed, but they must live." The order only deepened the faithful's dread. They needed them alive, for spectacle, for accusation, for the king's judgment. A guard swung at Elendil, striking the sword from his hand. Another seized him from behind, locking his arms. Belzegar gasped as a blow forced him to his knees. Miriel, though resisting fiercely, was dragged forward by 2 soldiers. At the back of the corridor, the heavy door burst open. Amandil staggered into the hall, the light in his hand flickering weakly, dimmed by the power he had confronted. His face was pale, his breath ragged, but his eyes held unbroken fire. Sauron turned. "Amandil." The name left his lips like a quiet judgment. Amandil raised the vial again, though the light within had grown faint. "You will not hide from me," he said. "Whatever face you wear, whatever lie you speak, I will reveal you before the king." Sauron regarded him with mild interest. "Reveal? To whom? These guards obey the king's will, and the king obeys ambition." Amandil stepped forward, though his knees threatened to fail. "You underestimated us," he said. "We have seen your true nature, and now we will tell all of Numenor." Sauron's smile thinned. "You will tell nothing." Then, before the guards or the faithful could react, Sauron raised his hand. The shadows along the walls twisted, surged forward like living smoke, and slammed into Amandil. He was thrown hard against the marble floor. The vial rolled from his hand, striking the ground with a sharp crack. The light within flickered, dimmed, but did not die. Amandil reached for it, but a guard seized him, pinning him down. Sauron approached slowly, each step soft and deliberate. "You have seen what few are ever permitted to see," he said. "You stand upon the edge of knowledge forbidden to mortal kind. I could destroy you, end this defiance, but the king values you still, and I value the lesson your fall will teach." Amandil lifted his head. "The king will see what you are." Sauron crouched slightly, lowering his voice to a whisper only the faithful could hear. "He will see what I choose to show him." He rose and turned to the guards. "Bind them all. We go to the king." The faithful were seized, bound with cords of braided leather. Belzegar could barely stand. Elendil thrashed once, then stilled as a sword hilt struck his temple. Miriel walked without resistance, her chin lifted proudly despite her bonds. Amandil was the last to rise. Sauron took the dimming vial from the floor, turning it slowly in his hand. "A precious relic," he murmured. "But light fades, Amandil, and shadows endure." He slipped the vial into his robe. "Take them." The guards marched the faithful through the corridors of the palace, their footsteps echoing beneath high arches and torch-lit halls. Servants shrank back in fright. Courtiers whispered in doorways. The procession grew like a storm cloud, drifting toward the king's chamber. Amandil walked at the front, held upright by sheer will. Elendil limped behind him. Miriel moved with silent dignity. Belzegar leaned heavily on 2 guards. Sauron followed, calm, composed, triumphant. A heavy stillness filled the throne room, thick as mist upon a winter field. The torches along the walls flickered uneasily, as though aware that something far greater than flame or shadow had entered the hall. Ar-Pharazôn stood tall before his throne, his golden mantle flowing like a sheet of sunlight down the steps. Yet his eyes were troubled, storm-laden, sharp, uncertain. For though Sauron had won much of his trust, the king was still a man of immense pride, slow to admit deception, and slower still to bow before another's will. But Sauron understood pride better than any living creature. He had shaped it like a craftsman shapes molten iron. He strode into the hall with the graceful assurance of one who knew every word he spoke would land where he willed it. Behind him came the faithful, Amandil, Miriel, Elendil, Belzegar, Almandur, bound, weary, wounded, but unbroken in spirit. Their passage stirred whispers among the gathered nobles. Traitors, some murmured, victims, others whispered, but none dared speak too loudly. Sauron stepped forward and bowed, deep and elegant, before Ar-Pharazôn. "My king," he said quietly, "I bring before you those who plotted in secret against your reign." Amandil straightened, despite the ropes cutting into his wrists.
"We plotted nothing," he said firmly. "We sought only truth." Sauron turned, his face serene. "Yes, truth. They sought a truth they believed greater than your will, my lord, and in their search they trespassed into forbidden chambers, places kept sealed since the founding of Ar-Menellos." The nobles gasped. Ar-Pharazôn's brow darkened. "Forbidden chambers? What chambers?" Sauron bowed his head humbly. "I did not trouble you with their existence before now, my king, for I sought to protect you from needless concern. Beneath the western wing lie rooms that hold ancient records, records of power and peril. I have been studying them, gathering secrets that may aid your reign." Amandil stepped forward, though guards seized his arms. "He lies! He hides powers that no mortal should touch. We saw—" "You saw what you wished to see," Sauron said softly, "for fear blinds the eyes even more than darkness." Miriel raised her voice. "My lord king, we discovered deeds wrought in shadow. Sauron revealed his true form, his true nature." Ar-Pharazôn stiffened. Shock flickered across his face, then suspicion. He looked from her to Sauron. "Your true nature?" he demanded. Sauron bowed his head again, a picture of sorrowful dignity. "Yes," he said, "my true nature, the one I revealed freely to you when first I surrendered, a servant of darkness who sought mercy in your presence, one who gave himself into your keeping, one who has found in your kingdom a hope he never dared imagine." His voice, heavy with feigned humility, echoed through the hall. "You know what I was, my lord. But these," he gestured to the faithful, "these believe I remain unchanged. They see not the chains you placed upon me, nor the counsel I offered freely. They see only a shadow they fear, and so they creep into hidden places, searching for proofs to justify their terror." The court murmured again, shaken. Amandil's jaw tightened. Every word he speaks twists truth into falsehood. Sauron turned a calm gaze upon him. "If truth is twisted, it was not I who twisted it." Ar-Pharazôn raised a hand, silencing all voices. He descended the steps from his throne and walked toward the prisoners. First to Amandil, his old friend. His steps were slow, deliberate, heavy with memory. "Amandil," he said, "why trespass into hidden places? Why act in secret?" Amandil met his gaze without faltering. "Because you would not listen. Because Sauron has veiled your sight. Because he moves shadows where none should be." Ar-Pharazôn's eyes flickered. Doubt sparked there, small but unmistakable. Sauron saw it and struck swiftly. "My king," he said gently, "Amandil carries with him an object of great danger, something he kept concealed." He reached into his robe and drew out the crystal vial, the token of light Amandil had brought into the chamber below, but now the light within it glimmered faintly, weakened, its sheen clouded. Sauron held it up for all to see. "This," he said, "is forbidden within the palace, a relic of the old ways, a charm carried to ensnare the mind. He wielded it against me." Amandil stiffened. That vial was a gift of the West. "Then why hide it?" Sauron asked softly. "I hid nothing," Amandil said fiercely. "It shone with light. The shadows could not endure." Sauron smiled sadly. "A convenient claim, one no one here witnessed." He turned to the king. "My lord, shall one relic outweigh the loyalty of one who has surrendered himself wholly to your command?" Ar-Pharazôn looked again at the vial. Its dimness betrayed Amandil's cause. Its weakened glow made his defense seem hollow. Doubt clouded the king's eyes. Seeing it, Sauron pressed the advantage like a blade. "My king," he said softly, "I beg you, judge them with mercy. They act from fear, not malice. Let their punishment be exile, not death. You have no need to shed blood for mistakes of the heart." Amandil's eyes widened. He understood at once. Sauron was shaping the judgment to his advantage, not out of kindness, but to bind the king's conscience. Death would spark outrage. Exile would break resistance without staining Ar-Pharazôn's glory. Sauron bowed low. Let them be sent away, far from the court they would disrupt. Let Numenor know that their king chooses mercy over wrath. The nobles murmured approvingly. Ar-Pharazôn hesitated. He looked at Amandil. Not as a traitor, but as a friend. He no longer understood. "Amandil," he said, voice heavy, "you should have come to me openly." Amandil's voice trembled with the weight of truth. "You would not have heard me." Ar-Pharazôn's expression hardened. He turned to the guards. "Take them," he said quietly. "Hold them under watch until morning. At dawn, we decree their exile." The faithful bowed their heads, some in relief, others in despair. Exile would spare their lives, but not their cause. Guards seized them. But as Amandil was dragged away, he caught Ar-Pharazôn's gaze one last time. "My king," he said softly, "you think this ends here, but Sauron seeks more than your throne. He seeks your soul." Ar-Pharazôn flinched. Sauron stepped forward, gently placing a hand upon the king's arm. "My lord," he whispered so only the king could hear, "let not fear rule you as it rules them. Trust in your strength. Trust in the destiny that calls your name." Ar-Pharazôn exhaled slowly. Then he nodded, and thus Sauron stood at his side. No chains, no guard, no mask. Not prisoner, not guest, but counselor in full, chief advisor to the king of Numenor. The hall slowly emptied, and Amandil and the others were led away in silence. Sauron stood alone at last beside the golden throne. The torches flickered, shadows lengthening around him. He laid his hand upon the arm of the king's seat. His voice, barely more than a breath, drifted through the empty chamber. At last they reached the great doors of the king's throne room. The The guards pushed them open, revealing the tall figure of Ar-Pharazôn standing before his gilded throne, flanked by nobles and captains. At the sight of Amandil and the faithful bound, the king's face hardened. "Sauron,"